Let me share the screen with everybody. So we were discussing about very simple things are going on right now that we are discussing about our Python programming. Just to give you a quick overview that in our last session we have started with our Python session in which we have discussed about its keywords, identifiers, how to declare variables, the basic data types which includes integer, strings, float, Boolean, complex numbers. We also started with our data structures, which includes list, and list comes with a lot of inbuilt methods. So we learn about their inbuilt methods, and we have discussed about their importance and how they are different from each other, what is their particular methods are performing here. So starting with append method is there to add, then copy, which particular copies the content, then extend method, which is particularly used for adding or adding multiple data. Similarly, we had got insert, which helps us in inserting at the specified index position. We discussed about the indexes as well, the forward indexing and the backward indexing in this. So having said that, we will start with our today's session. But before that, if anybody has got any questions and queries from the last week, you can put. Though we are at the very beginning stage right now, so I don't believe that there will be any more questions which might be troubling you, as we are just discussing about the basics of Python and the very basic programming part. So we'll continue our discussion over the methods that we have discussed. So that will be the end of your list part. We have finished our list section, and what else we can add here is the indexing. So slicing and indexing part was not discussed. That is what we'll be doing it today. Also remember that whenever you are working on the Jupyter notebook that you have worked in past week, or maybe the point is that if you have restarted it, please ensure that you click on kernel. So everybody open your file that you created last weekend, click on kernel and click on restart and run all. This means that it will restart all this kernel, and at the same time it will also rerun all these part. It will rerun all this part. What happened? So in this case, maybe it will not execute all the codes. The reason is pretty straightforward, that because we have created certain errors last weekend just to keep in ourselves as a memory that this particular value has its own importance. Like we created this error just to ensure that we cannot use import as my variable name. Similarly, we created this error just to ensure that our variable name or our identifier name, which could be function name or it could be your variable name, etc., these cannot start from a numerical number. That's what we have covered. Now we will move ahead with our slicing and indexing. So list indexing and slicing. I'll share the code in the chat window. We don't have any alternative yet. Okay, I think the Google Drive part has not been rectified. That's what the last update was. Once it will get rectified, you will get all the program files in that. For the time being, we need to manage it through the chat windows. So whatever I'll write here, first few lines I'll write and then I'll start pasting them in the chat window. So let's get started. Everybody, first of all, do one thing and follow the instructions. That if you have started the Jupyter notebook right now, please ensure that you will rerun all the steps once again. The output will be visible, but don't get confused here. This particular file needs to get re-executed. So you can just keep on using the shift plus enter. That's the shortcut, shift plus enter you can use, and run the entire line one by one. Just start from the line number 1 and keep on executing it till you reaches the last part in the code, which is about removing the data by the help of the value itself, removing from the list by the value itself. So that's what all about the last weekend thing and how does you will create your setup. So can I have it ready in the chat? See if you will not execute it, otherwise you will get an error. Error will be like my list not found or list not found, these type of things. If you will be getting these type of things, it means that if you get this type of error, it means that you need to particularly rerun the program. That's the meaning, that's the point here. So, ready? Shall we get it started? Everybody respond in the chat. Alright, now I'll get started with our list that we created. So there was some list which might be having, which we will be already having it. So let's say one of the list which we can carry forward is list number 2. Now in the list 2, we have got actually an index position where the list is particularly having a list, another list inside it. Anyway, indexing can be done in forward and backward, both the ways. We take here list number 2. What is the first element here? First element can be accessed by, it is accessible by 0 index position. So 0 index, this is the first element. This is the first element. This indexing thing, you can remember it because the same will be applied when we will be creating the pandas pod, the pandas data frame. There also it will work in the similar way. 0 means first index position. Next, suppose I wanted to take a data from, I don't wanted to take the data from the first index position, but I wanted to start from some in between value, let's say index position number 2, and I wanted to iterate it through the 5th index position. So I'll write here like this, list underscore 2, and I can just simply write here 2:6. If I write here 2:6, I'll get index position number 2, counted 2, 3, 4, 5. These are your index positions. One value less. So it won't display, remember it won't display, point to note down is it won't display last index position. So what is the index position here in this case, n-1? That means it will display up to n-1. What is the last element? 6. So it will display up to 5th element, and that's what we are able to see. Next point, we'll start with your list underscore 2. Suppose you wanted to retrieve the data from the last element. When the question asks you that show the last element, show the last 5 elements, then in that case it's better to use the backward indexing. This is your last element, -1. Similarly, if I wanted to display the last 5 elements, you will write here -5. Shows last 5 elements. Okay. Next, there could be a scenario that if you have a list of list part, like this is my list of list, right? We have got nested list. Take here the index position, so list underscore 2. Now you can count it from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in the forward part, it is at the index position number 8. At index position number 8, we have got the list part. Now I will further do the slicing. Now remember, this is your one of the elements. Just like we have got false, or we have got this particular 34 plus 99J, or if we have a scenario of this is list data. Similar to that, you can have a list of lists, the nested list part. So 8 is particularly showing you one of the lists which is present in our list. Now, in this, I wanted to do the indexing again, slicing it. So what I will do, I can particularly try to take the last two elements by using -2 colon. So this is all about our last element here. Last element, sorry, last two element of list, of nested list, of nested list. Okay, now I'll share the code. Nobody will respond in the chat for the minute. Otherwise, it will break the flow. Right now, nobody will respond anything in the chat. So got here my list of list, and we have finished here. Got here my data, and it is ready. Everybody complete them. All of you completed till here. Excuse me. Okay, now let's go to the next part. So our list methods are done. We have also discussed about, now remember, in other part also the indexing or the slicing will work in the similar way. Okay. If you wanted to take a range, you have to just provide the range. If you wanted to take the backward indexing, you have to put the negative. So the same will be applied. Check test. The next part. Wait a second. Hold on. I've shared you this particular part. Here it is. I think somebody was asking for the nested list part. Now remember, this will only work if at the eighth index position you have got a list of list. If it is not like that, then obviously this part will not work. Guys, just confirm, just check if your list of 8 returns you this type of data. If it is something else, then obviously it will not work. At my 8th index position, I have got a list of list. So you need to look for this where is this list of list data, which we did in our last weekend, right? By using append method, we have added. Hopefully, you remember it. So look for this entry where it is available in your list true. If you have followed me, then it should have been at the 8th position. Otherwise, it will be in a different index position, and that you need to find out by your own. So just display your list of 2, and you will able to find like something like this you can do, and you can count. So I counted it. It was already at the 8th index position. This is the list of list. So you need to do it like that. Now look for where exactly your values are, and then you will able to see the then only you will able to see the elements. If you write nothing but you just place colon, if you just place colon here, then it will display you the all entry. This means that all, when you don't write anything at the starting and anything in the end, it means it will start from the first element and it will end at the last element. So these are all about the various things. We will discuss these part again and again in pandas also will do the same, in NumPy also will do the same thing. So don't worry, these part will again come. All right. Next part is tuples. Let's move to the tuples here. The tuples are really important data set because this is something which is similar to list, except the fact that this tuple data type are immutable. What is the meaning of immutable? Tuples are similar to list, except that objects in tuple are immutable. That means cannot be modified. Okay, next. So sometimes you will be requiring to create a pair of data, and you don't want to modify that pair of data over the time. That's where the tuples are preferred. So some important points about the tuples. Then we don't change the data here. We don't change the data over the time. That's the main important point. That's why it is called as immutable. And iterating over the tuples will be faster as compared to iterating over the list. That means if you will iterate the data, if you will iterate the elements, I'm sending you the entire comment part as well so that you can just paste it and we'll all have the same type of content. Okay. The square bracket is used for creating the empty list, just like the way we declared empty list. Now we will declare the empty tuple. Square bracket will be changed to small brackets, and function list will be changed to tuple. Let us change the name as well, and the name will be, excuse me, tuple underscore 1, and in this case also we'll have a tuple underscore 1. These are my two empty tuple declaration. Now let's fill the value in this case. Let us say tuple underscore 1 equals to 10, 20, or maybe I'll just name it as 2. So I'll just fill in. We can create a homogeneous type of value, we can create a heterogeneous type of value, and we can also create a nested tuples. So like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Just provide any numbers. This will be a homogeneous tuples of number. Similarly, you can create another tuple, which will be tuple underscore 3, and this will be equals to Tom, Jerry, Donald, some numbers, some binary values, and tuple of tuple, 50, 100, 1590, some more numbers, nested tuple. Can we declare inside this tuple a list? Yes, we can do that as well. Jack, Rose. In spite of having the values here, just like this, we can create a square bracket. So 50, 100. Next is same value, and this is your list of, this is your, inside this we can also declare a set. I'll discuss after this, the set part, and here are your details of your tuple number 4. So different variations of declaration. Some few of them are your empty. Let me pass them one by one in the chat. Count of certain value. Let's say I wanted to know how many times a specific value is appeared. I wanted to count the appearance of this 30.5678 in tuple underscore 3. How does we do it? We write here tuple underscore 3 dot count function, and inside the count function will pass the value. It will return you 1. It means that its appearance is just one time. This means that its appearance is just one time. Okay. Tuples does not provide us a long list of the details. We have just got two things, count or index. In the index part, you can take, let's say, I wanted to know the index position of Donald. Now, index function is also part of your list as well, and count is also part of your list as well. So, syntax will remain same. You will provide the number, and it will compare and it will check that what is the count of this particular number. Similarly, index position returns you the index position of the data. It returns you the index position of the data. What happened? So it will return you 2, as you can see. All right. What is the benefit of this particular part? Let me change if your value is all numbers. If it is all numbers, and let me just make them in unordered form. So tuple of the data and you need to particularly see here the value. This is your homogeneous data. So this particular part will only work for this type of data, sorted, and you will write here tuple underscore 2. So what will happen here? This will particularly sort your data, but remember this will only work if your data is, this will only work if your data is of all similar type. That means all indexes. This will work only when your data is of similar type. That means homogeneous. And obviously in this case it will make more sense. If you are getting any error, the code is in front of you. The code is in front of you, so you can try to connect. Try to check what is missing. Somebody was saying tuple 3 not found. So I'll just share it again. Copy paste. Tuple underscore 3 not found. I'll copy it and I'll paste it in the chat. Paste it in the chat. You can copy it from that and you can start working. So that's it. Tuple is a very short and small topic. Indexing and slicing works in the similar way. Let us try to understand. Done. This part completed. Okay. Now in this particular part, okay, thankfully somebody has asked me the question how to sort in the reverse. So the answer is gonna be really an important, interesting one. So just everybody see. Every part we have taken here, right? This indexing part we have taken. So you can see that we have taken the start position and index position. There is one more colon that we can add, and that will be helpful in here to particularly get the answer of how to do the sorting part. So what we will do here in this case is we will keep everything as it is. So let's say, for example, I will take this value, tuple underscore 4, or maybe this will be applied to your list as well. To reverse anything using index, what we can do better is you can just write here colon. First colon is for your start and end part. Then second colon and you will write -1. This is to reverse the data, and this is particularly by index position. So reverse a tuple using index. So here we are particularly gonna place a negative value, and that's how it will be changing. By the way, remember that this is not updated. That means your original tuple will remain unchanged. These things are not actually updated in your real tuple. Your original tuple is still the same. -1 is just showing you the output. So if you want this value to actually get implemented, you need to save it somewhere. If you will not save, your data will be, as you know, that nature of tuple is immutability will be managed. So that means your tuples will be unchanged. So better you just save it like this. Now that's the answer. That's the best way of reversing the tuple. Next one is how does we can reverse the order, or we can just particularly sort in a reverse order for the list. So same could be applied to the list as well. Same could be applied to your list as well. Suppose we have got the list 2, colon, -1. So first element will become last, and last element becomes first. And that one part was you can add in between by using plus sign, and you can insert and you can add it. So that's what your list. That's how we can reverse the thing. So everybody finish it. I have sent the command. Nobody will respond for a minute. Let others also see. So this is the way to reverse the tuple. This is the way to sort your tuples. We have got inbuilt method called as sorted. The next will be sets. The next data type is sets. So hopefully everybody has completed till your list and tuples both are completed. You can respond or drop a yes in the chat. Those who have finished, you drop done. Remember, participants, that there will be the tuple is not having many inbuilt methods. The reason is tuples are immutable. Okay, so in order to do the sorting or in order to do the reverse of index, we have to be relying on our indexes, or we need to do it through the loops. That's the only way that we have. So remember these parts. That don't try to figure out the inbuilt method. You won't find them. You will only find two methods which we have already discussed: count method and index method. In tuple, we don't have those methods. In list, we have got reverse functions and something like that. We don't have it. In tuple, we can do it only with the help of sorted. The function that we have without sorted is not for the tuple part, it is for the list part. All right, everybody finished? Why to do this type of thing? Why to convert the tuple into the list, then list to the tuple? Doesn't make sense to me. We should look for a method which should take less number of steps. Our goal should be that as well. Okay, now we will go for our sets part. Okay, one more thing. By the way, what is this last element is doing here? So let's try to understand here. Markdown code. Okay. This is particularly will be called as, what is the meaning of this 2 here? When we do write by default 1. Let's take here this particular number. Let's say tuple underscore 2. So in the tuple underscore 2, if I'll write 1, you will see that original value is coming out to be in terms of 110, whatever the entries are there. This is as by default 30, 50, 70 and all. So when you write 1, we are getting every element, each and every element. This is called as a step. Okay, this is called as a step. So 3 positions are there. First is the start position, then end position, and third one is a step. Step will be by default 1. When you don't write, usually this you will not find. You will find like this. But there is a hidden value which is called as colon and 1, which indicates your step. Suppose you wanted to split the data in such a way that you wanted to get the every another element. That means after 110, you don't want 30. I want 50. Then I want 60. And then I want 130. This should be my data. Right now, the step is I equals to I plus 1 kind of a thing. You can understand it. That it is iterating through. It is iterating through every element and that is getting added in your list. If I change this 1 to 2, what will happen? It will become I equals to I plus 2. That means I'll get this element which is at 0 index position, then 2. Second element, then fourth element, and then your sixth element, sixth index position. So 0, then every another element we are getting here now. So original was this. Original was this. So try to learn. What is this called? This is called as step. So colon 2 means we will be getting every another element. Every another element. So one value will be left. In the same process, if you will do it -1, that will do the reverse. That will particularly do the reverse here. So first element becomes last and last becomes first. The order will be changed. Alright? This will change the order and it will make your tuple sorted in a reverse order. So my first element was 110. Now that becomes my last element. First element was 130 and that becomes my first element. Okay. So this step, this last part is called as a step. Just remember these two examples in case you get confused. This is your column number 2, which will particularly display the every another element. If you will write -2, that means it will particularly try to do the same thing, every another element, but in the reverse order. If you will write -2, that means it will first reverse your things and then it will give you the answers will be 130, 60, 50 and 110. That will be your answer. 130, 60, 50 and 110. So this is reversing and then we are particularly taking the every another element. Okay. So that is the meaning of -2. So hopefully you all have understood what is this particular part. Now please do remember and write it somewhere because these things will again come back in terms of files and programs. The column names, same rule will be applied there as well. So please remember this that I have already explained here, so I might skip there and I'll directly use it. So you can infer this, and this indexing part is not only applied to list, but this is applied to everything that where Python is implemented, whether it is pandas, whether it is NumPy library, or if it is tuple, or if it is list, or if it is dictionary. Sets. Now I'll move to another data type, sets. And if you are new, extremely new to the Python, please note down as many things as you can. Focus on, all right, sets part. Set elements are unique. That means no duplicate elements will be allowed here. In the list and tuple, duplicate elements were actually allowed. All right. Set elements are also immutable. Wait a second. Let's keep the definition 1 only, and then we will discuss once, then we'll talk about it. Sets elements are unique and no duplicate values will be allowed here. Everything will be shared. No need to comment in the chat. As I said, keep your comments minimum, only limited to the questions, so that people will be able to follow properly. So as I said, I'll try to repeat here one. So I'll just write here some unique values: 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 0, 0, 6, and 9. So these are all my values here. Now you see that there are so many values which were repeating itself. But if you will see the value, it is particularly having only the unique collections. So all those which were repeating itself is dropped. All those which were repeating itself is dropped. Len function is used anywhere to return you the length of the variable, length of the object. Like in this case, my object name is mySet. Length of my object is mySet. Next, let us create here mySet underscore 1 equals to, so provide here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh, wait. I'll take here 10, 20, 30. We can provide here the values which are of heterogeneous type. So my hello sets, then a long value dot 1, and we can add here true and false. That's my set here. This is my set. Now let's talk about some of the set operations methods which are available to us. This set is related to your maths. A lot of maths thing you might have learned. So let's take some set maths. What does the set in maths does? It is used for particularly doing for two things. Like we compare multiple sets and we can do union of it. You can do intersection of them. We can particularly find the differences between them. So these all we can do, and also we can update the existing data. We can update the existing data in our sets. So let's take here the set operations. Sets operation. Let us get started with this part. So first of all, we'll take here my set A, which indicates here the numbers. So I'll just play around with some numbers here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and maybe some repeated elements. Next will be my B value, which is equals to 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, 8, 10. And my another element, which is C, and we can take some values here: 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. These are all my values. Okay, let's take here A or B. Union of A and B. When we take union of A and B, you will have actually a list of number 1, 2, 3, 4 and till 11. First create a list and then do the union. Union could be done by the bar, or we have an inbuilt method as well. So I'm also discussing here about some of our, operators. All right, we are having some logical operators which could be used here. One of them is your OR symbol, right? This is called as your OR. So here OR, if you will put between two sets, that will do the union. This will do the union of both the. You can also do A union function B. This will also return you the same thing. A union B. A dot union B. Next, you can also do A union B comma C. A union B comma C. Now this will add only one element. So that means rest all were common between both. So only one element 12 is added when you do the union between A and B and C, all three sets. Next is intersection. What is the intersection means here is that we will try to find the common. What is the common between both the sets? A dot intersection, and we can write here B. This will provide you the common elements between A and B. Similarly, you can do here for multiple elements. So this returns empty set, which means that there is no common between A and when you take the combined value of B and C. Okay, so let's keep our things to only the intersection of A and B, which basically returns you the common between A and B. What is the common between A and B can be figured out, can be taken from the A intersection B. You can do it by the help of A and B. With that, you'll get the same return, A and B, ampersand value. This, or alternative could be ampersand value. So you can just straight away write A ampersand B. So this will also return you the same thing. Both are doing the intersection of the sets. Next is difference. Everybody finish it till here? Can we do the, yes, you can do that. A union B comma, you can write A bar B bar C. That will also do the union of A, B, C. Just like the way we have written this, the alternative could be A bar B bar C. So yes, you can try them. It will work. Let me take the PPT part. And is basically common between both. And an intersection is one of the same thing. This is through the ampersand value, or you do it with the help of an inbuilt function called as intersection. Both will do the same part, which will particularly try to find out the common between A and B. So this is to find the common between A and B. I'm going to take here, let's check. I think in this case, we will be taking up to functions. After that, after functions, we don't require them. I mean, there will be no requirement of these things. I think set is missing. Yeah, here it is, the sets part. You can also do more practice things from our, you can do that, and you can particularly try to go through these examples. All right. So the next part is we will be discussing about the dictionary, which we have not discussed yet. Slicing part was very important, which we have taken in depth. Now we will take here the data structures, last data structure, which is called as dictionary. So let's do the dictionary part here. And let's try to create here, let's try to learn about their methods. And yeah, let's get started. Okay, one more part, how to add or insert a new value. Though in our case, sets will be not used much, but let's cover it. So for example, if we have got here, I'm going to create here my set. I'll be creating here my set, and I'll write all the values in string form, 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. I've shared in the chat. Nobody will respond in the chat for the minute, so that everybody can copy the code line by line. Okay. Now, in this case, we can introduce an in keyword. In is mostly used for comparing the left hand side of the value, the LHS side, in your RHS, and it will return you either true or false. If it is found, if the match is found, then it will return you true, else it will return you false. So let's say, for example, we have got my set, so it will return you true. So one is my set. Next is, you can also write here not in. Not in. Not is a keyword and in is a keyword. Remember the list of the keywords that we discussed in last week's session? Total number of values are 35, 36 in count. So not in returns false, which means that one is available in your my set. And one in my set returns true, that means one is found in the my set. Now I'll change the value of this and I'll replace it with, let's say, 8. I'll write here 8. 8 not in my set is returning true, which means that 8 is not available. Okay. So let's get started here. How to update the existing set? So my set dot add. First should be add. So let's add here few values. Let's say I wanted to add here 9. As you will do the add part, it will be appended. It will be added in your existing data. So let's show you the my set here. Here is your 9. Okay. So 9 is added. Next, my set dot update. Go for your 11, 10, 12. We got here my values. This is for adding multiple entries. Adding multiple elements. Adding multiple elements. That is my update. That's my update thing. So first is add. Now I'm sending them. Nobody will respond in the chat for a minute. Everybody start copying it. Just to verify, display them, then update it, and you will be able to see all your values. So update is about adding multiple elements. Add is about adding single element. Just like the way we have got update and all, we have got also one more method called as remove. Similar to list, this is used for removing the value from our existing data. So suppose I wanted to remove 9. So if this is found, it will successfully remove it. Otherwise, it will give you error 9 is not found. Now everybody finish it. Everybody finish and write done in the chat. Now remember one point. I just left some point here. So let me explain here. Yes, it is not, this will not follow any order. Sets are unordered. Sets are unordered. Sets are unordered. Okay. In few cases you will see the ordering, so don't get confused. Sets are unordered. Next point. Sets has no index attached to any element in. Okay. So these are your two more points which were left. Sets are unordered. Second thing is it has no index attached. It has got no index attached. So like for example, if there would have been an index, this a add would have been appended in the end. But what happened instead is that it got added at the in between. Right? And why it is happening? Because this is unordered. Alright, so that's how we can particularly see the value here, and that's all. Sets are unordered, remember it. Now suppose you wanted to do some slicing, and also obviously you need to typecast the data into list form, and then you can do it. Like for example, in case I wanted to particularly do some slicing, so what I need to do is I need to typecast this into a tuple form or into a, this is your my set here, and what you can do in this case, that this is your, this you need to typecast. So typecast in Python is pretty simple. List of my set. Now you can do the slicing just like the way we have taken earlier. Okay. So if you wanted to do the slicing, this is how you will be doing it. One easy option. So remember, by itself, set cannot be sliced. You need to either typecast it, and then only you can do the slicing here. Remember, Sets are unordered. Unordered collection and also non-duplicate. Unordered, no duplicate collection of element. And this is how you can do it. If in case you still wanted to do the slicing, typecast and do it in simple. Next, now we need to speed up to move ahead, guys. It's already, we have taken enough time here in the set. It doesn't worth it that much because in our case, most of the things will be in between these three main data types: dictionary, Python, and your list. Sorry, dictionary, tuple, and list. Out of that, these two are quite important one. So let's see the values here. Definition. Some key important points. Dictionary is mutable data type, just like list. A Python dictionary is a collection of keys and value pairs. Now that makes this one a different one from the other all three. Your key and value will be separated from each other by colon, and this will be all available enclosed under the curly bracket. All your elements will be enclosed under the curly bracket. Remember, keys are unique values. Okay, and duplicate elements are always allowed in this case, but duplicate values will be allowed. Duplicate keys will be not allowed. Values could be repeating itself, values could be duplicate, but the keys will be unique. That's why, that's how you can fetch the value. So let us create here my dictionary, which is equals to dictionary function dict. That's your empty dictionary. Now we will create a dictionary with the help of many different methods. So my dictionary equals to, let's say with the help of dict function. Dict is used for typecasting as well. Now here in this case, I'll pass the value in terms of key and value. Okay, so I'll create a list of tuples, 1, one. This is your first tuple value. So that will be in a pair. So 2 is 2. Next is 3, 3. 4, 4. My dictionary. Next, you can create it in terms of with simple curly bracket as well. This is one method of creating the dictionary with the help of dict function. Second is you will create my dictionary equals to, use curly bracket, 1 : again same thing, but this time you don't have to write anything about your value. So what we will do here, one : one, 2 : two, 3 : 3, and 4 : 4. That's your alternative method. Next, nested dictionary. Nested dictionary. My dictionary, my dict underscore 1. This will be equals to, inside this you will create multiple dictionaries. In this case, you will create multiple dictionaries. So we can take here dictionaries here like this. So that will be part of your nested dictionary. Now on the left hand side is your key. On the right hand side we have got the value. As I said, this right hand side could be repeating itself. We can have a scenario where the values are repeating, but the keys will be always unique. Keys will be always unique. Okay? Keys will be unique and values will be repeating itself. First method is typecasting a list of tuples, and we are typecasting them. So dict is a typecasting function, which is basically converting your, which is particularly typecasting your collection of tuples or list of, collection of your particularly list of tuples, and we are converting them into dictionary form. We're converting them into dictionary form. So you can convert them into like this is a pair here that we created, 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2. So they are pair, and that has been typecasted. So left hand side key, right hand side value. That's how it will be generating. Now let's go for our next part, and the next thing will be like, for example, sometimes you have to use. Yes, that's correct. So it is like a pair of tuple, and this is a pair of, this is a collection of tuple, but it is a list here. Okay, but it is a list here. Last part, I have sent this. Take your comments. Take your comments. Take your nested list here. Sorry, nested dictionary. Nested dictionary will be the same thing. Now let's take some method here. Like for example, if your keys are available and you wanted to, from the keys you wanted to create, or maybe I'll just take here certain data. Let's say I'm having the data which is available in this form, name XYZ, or I'll replace it with some name. Let's say I'll replace it with the name equals to, maybe I'll just take here Tarun. Let's say the name is Tarun. Okay, ID, this is let's say employee ID, date of birth, I'll just keep it as 1993, maybe if it is 1992. Job, I'll just keep it as data scientist. And this is how just give me a minute. So you got here my few entries here. Now I wanted to insert some data in this, and I wanted to update some data. So how does we do it? Square bracket. Let's say I wanted to add here address. Key is address, or maybe a city name. So I'll take here the city. City equals to, let's say the city name is Trivandrum. Okay, maybe I'll just add it as Trivandrum. So this key was not available. If your key was not available, then it will get updated. It will get inserted, in fact. And if the key is already available to you, then it will get updated. Suppose by mistake I have added the DOB as 1992. I'll update this. So this could be, the same method could be used for update. So I'll write here, sorry, DOB is the key. And I'll write a new value. New value will be in terms of 1991. Okay. So this could be used for inserting the new key and value. Insert new keys and values, and this is also used to update the existing key. Update the value of existing key. Now I'm resharing them with comment. All right. Participants, please avoid to pose the question so many times as said. Once let everybody finish and wait for 2 minutes at least. Once I'll be done with the topic, then you can put your questions. If you will keep putting the question in between, this will be breaking the flow and others will not able to copy it properly. I respect your questions, but we have one situation here where we need to also manage the flow of the code. So I'll take your questions after once I'll done with the dictionary part. Once I'll be done, I'll discuss it. Okay. Now point is, I think 113 line was not pasted. Just a second. I'll paste again. Hold on, nobody will respond in the chat for the minute. Let me finish the dictionary part and then I'll take your questions. Okay, so in this case, we have got all these values. Now I'll take one more method called as update method. I'll take few method here, update method. So let's say we have got here my dictionary. Okay, I'll take a temporary dictionary here, dict_1. This will be equals to, in this case, I'll take department. I don't have the department ID in this case. Department colon, I'll write here the department is finance. Department is finance. Next, I'll add here, let's say salary as a key, and I'll write here the value in terms of, let's say 45,000. Okay, just some dummy answers, some dummy entries. Now what I will do here is I will use this existing dictionary which we already had, and I'll write here dot update, and I'll put here the variable dictionary 1. This will particularly insert the value in terms of dictionary. So those two entries are also added as a part of new dictionary. So that's what the update does. Update takes the entry, the object in terms of dictionary, and it insert those keys and values in your existing dictionary part, in your existing dictionary. So this is how the things are done here. Okay, that's where we can end our discussion over the dictionary part. This is more than enough. If anything will be coming up which will require more attention, then we'll discuss it. For the time being, we have discussed enough about these data types, and these words a lot of discussion, and hopefully I've understood all these important details. Now we will discuss about some of the important details, which includes your control flow, if and else conditions, and we will also discuss about our EOL means you have not closed the bracket, or maybe you have not closed the semicolons. Sorry, a closing bracket, closing inverted commas are missing somewhere. EOL means end of line. So either closing brackets are missing. That's the reason. Next is functions. Functions are divided into two parts, then we'll take the loops and all. Okay. So we'll start with the functions now. If you wanted to insert more elements, you can use the update function. Why I use my dictionary twice? The second one is used to display the value. What type of question is this? One is to display the value. This is to create the value. This you can put as display function or print function. It is similar to that. So the second one is your variable display, and the first one is only for creating the variable. So that's why these two are used. Type error unexpected. At most one argument got to. I don't know which line is giving you the error. You are not giving the context. How does I tell you without this? Uday Kiran. Check your variable dictionary one then. Might be some mistake there. Markup is only for adding text. That's it. It is used for adding text, adding images, in case you wanted to do. I'll share from 116 to last element. I'm just adding once again. I'm sharing it again. Already it was shared, but I'll just do it again. How to understand the next part, functions. Let's discuss here the functions part here. Okay. Built-in functions here. Basic operations are there. These you can just try them with the basic operators of plus, minus, subtraction. All these values will work in the same way. And that's what we are trying to do in this case. If you will see here, it is basically about concatenating the two tuples and creating one. That's what the plus symbol is used for, concatenating the two values. So let me show you this part. Okay. One important section which I have not discussed, one part we have not discussed here is that we have particularly taken the value here with, let's say, strings. Okay. I think one part was there. I saw it. Let me just check. I have already responded. Read the answer. Update can take only one value. It can't take more than one. All right, guys. So let's discuss here about the next part, and the next section is gonna be on strings. So we can access the value here, the strings part. I think one part in the strings which will be there. Okay, I think this is not discussing about it. Anyway, I'll discuss that. In the dictionary section, as I have responded everything, read the entire comment, Uday Kiran. Read your all three, there are three lines in which I have given the answers. If you read it, I have given the answer that you have to use a loop if you have got more than one. So two variables can be appended using update only by through the iterations. You can't do it without that. Okay, so basic operations are there. In we have already used, plus is left. So let's do that one. How to use plus here. The importance of plus is that it could be used for concatenation, and this could be used for your logical summation as well. So let's take that. This could be used for concatenation. So that is more important here. Let's do this concatenation here. Concatenation. So let's get started. Wait a second. So suppose I have my two lists or two tuples are there. I'll go to my previous point and I'll take a list. Let's say I have got my list 1 and list 2. I'll create it. Wherever I created the list 1 and list 2, let us say this is my list 2 and I'll create one more which is list 1. This is my list 2 and I'll create one more which will be list 1. In the list 1, I'll add a few more values here, and let us do the concatenation here between these two values. So I'll just add here certain values, some dummy values. Let's say USA. Then I'll take here the values like Apple. I'll take some more values like P, Q, or XYZ. Then I'll take some numbers here. Let's say 987654321.99, and then I'll add here 45 plus 70 as the J. So that's my list 1 and list 2, and I'll just show you the use of concatenation. List 1 dot, or we can concatenate here list 1 and list 2. Okay, so that is one method here. We can concatenate here. Let's do the concatenation between two lists. Now you can paste them in another list. List underscore 3 should be equals to this one, and it will be appended. This is to display the value. I'll just add here again, and your values will be appended. Better you just write it with the print, just to ignore these extra spaces of displaying them in new lines. So this will be better. Now hold on for the minute. Now we have got here my values, with the help of which we have concatenated the value. Similarly, you can concatenate the two tuples as well. Okay, let us take here an example of string. Suppose I'll write here first. First name. Let's say the first name is I'll take here somebody's name from the participants. Meanwhile, you all finish it. Let's say we have got a person named as Akshay Kumar. I'll take here that name. Akshay, and last name is Kumar. So how does we can use the plus symbol to merge both of these strings? So we can do it with the help of plus, and you can write here first and last. This is enough to merge and create a full name. But the point is that here the spaces also needs to be added, right? So if you want a space in between these two concatenation, you have to add it externally like this. And the resultant output is stored in the variable full name. That's what the plus is doing here. Next. The next part in this case will be particularly, we can use some more values like if you have got the list here. So you have got the list here. So write here list underscore 1, and I'll multiply it with some elements, let's say 2. So what will happen? The same value will be repeated twice. If I write here multiply by 2, all elements will be repeating twice. All elements are repeated twice. That's your main here. Okay. All right. So that's how the things work here, and form your operations, and that's how it will be working. All elements are repeated here twice. If you will do it multiply by 3, so they will be repeating it 3 times. Same you can apply to your strings as well, and that's the end of your. So I'll just store it as part number 1. That was my part number 1. I'll start a part number 2. Click on File, click on New Notebook, and Python 3. Click on New, click on Python Notebook. Simply start a new notebook, click on File, click on New Notebook, and click on Python 3. And this will be my part number 2. This will be my part number 2. Now I'll start with our next part, where I'll be creating the functions. So done till here, everybody? Participants, it is finished here. So respond done in the chat or yes in the chat. Finished, everybody? Okay, please ask your questions now. Abin Matthew, what is the question here? First name. Wait a second, let me take. Okay, this. Then you say that you have to do the full name part. So while doing the full name, what you can do, you can just add here this values in between dash. That is what you are saying, right? And we'll write here minus dash again, right? What's the problem? Here is your full name. Abin dash C dash Matthew. Check it. I'm removing this part. Hopefully, I've got your answer. See, first of all, participants, remember the error will be only found in the last line. Whenever you do the error, name error track back. You have to look for the last line that will give you more details about the error. Suppose I make an error here. This is called as error. This part is not the error here. This part is not error. This is the error. Like EOL. EOL means end of line. So yes, closing bracket was not there. So it says name appender is not defined. That means appender 1, what you are using in the full name, or you are when you are declaring the value, there will be differences in their declaration. The name will be different in your appender 1 and appender when you are using in your data. So the names are different. Names will be different here. All right, so just check your variable name appender 1. Is there any reason why iterating over tuple is faster than that of list? It is related to basically tuples are immutable, so it does not require any extra space to store the object. So that's the reason. It is related to your memory. Tuples are stored in as a single block of memory. That's the reason we can use some of the concepts of the function. So let's get started with the functions part here, and let's do the things. In Python, the function is two types of functions are there. One is UDF, the user declare or user define functions here, and the second is your the inbuilt functions, the inbuilt methods or functions which are already available to us. For our understanding, for our case, only just a second. Let me think. It got interrupted. Maybe it will get better now. Okay, done. Function. How does we create a function first of all? So function is created by the keyword def. Keyword def is used. So how does we write the syntax? Syntax will be simple def. Then we write here the function underscore name. You'll provide here either there will be nothing. There comes the tricky part. If you are new to the Python, then please pay attention that here we don't write the curly brackets like you might be doing it in your C++ coding or Java coding. Here we don't add any starting bracket or closing curly brackets. Rather we have got colon. After colon there will be space, and let's say here we are writing some statement or statements. Okay, let's for example we can write def and my function name is, you can write here my function, provide the name, colon, and return name. Return name. This is your return type function. This is your return type function. And here we have passed one argument. You can pass multiple arguments as well. What is about this space which we have taken here, and how much should be this space? This space is called as indentation. Indent. And this is important. If you will not manage this space, you will get an error. An error is called as indentation error. Function is clear. Now you need to call the function. So two parts will be there. One is declaration. The other is, this is used to create function here. This is your function name, and here no parameter is passed. In this case, no argument is passed. Multiple statements are there. Now let us call the function by function underscore name like this. This is called as calling a function. This is called as your call a function. Again here spaces are there, and spaces are particularly part of your indentation. Indentation. So you need to manage here that the function could be of return type or function could not be of return type. Both are allowed. Function can have arguments and function cannot have the arguments. Both are fine. And what is important here is the indentation that you have to manage. And within this, managing this space, you have to write your multiple statements or whatever the operations you are trying to do. That should be within this space. So if there will be many more statements, that will be also following the same line. That means it should be in same line. If you will not follow the same line, you will get an error, and the error is called as indentation error. So if you are beginner in Python, that will be the common mistake which you all can do. Okay. Let us start with my function here, and let us create some dummy functions. Just a minute. Let us start with our functions here. Functions create. Let's create the functions. Okay. So functions. Markdown functions. All right. So in programming, we can. So what is the utility of function? I mean, how does we define it? So that I think I can take it from everybody. So how does we will define a function? What will be the utility of this? Anybody? Tell me from the chat. Tell me in the chat, I mean. To work with variables, it is for modality, reusable block of code, okay? Reusable block of code. Next. Predefined set of operations. Reusability of the same code, correct? So in programming, we define function to make a reusable code that performs similar operations, and it is a block of code basically arranged to carry out certain specific tasks, right? It should not be just a reusable code, but it should actually do something. We should execute it when you are calling it, and it should return you some. It should basically do some specified task. It should return you some specific task here. So that's what we'll do. In case of programming part, we define the function to make a reusable code that performs similar operations, and it is a block of code, of organized code here, that will carry out certain tasks. Those who wanted to add it, you can add. Otherwise, there are many definitions which has been added by the different users. Let us start with my function, and I'll not pass here anything. Very simple function. This function is going to print here something, and the function is going to print as hello Python lovers. Function is having two parts. One called as declaration. Second is about calling a function. Second step is we will be calling a function. So call a function. Let's get started with that. And we can just do it by using my function. So two-step, two-line. This space is called as indentation. Now everybody pay attention on the screen. I'm going to show you what is the meaning of indentation error. This is a common mistake which the beginners make. After colon, I have not added any space. Not even a single space I have taken. I'll press enter, and this is the error I was telling you. Indentation error. Indentation error will come out if you will not follow the same space between all these statements under this function. So equal spacing should be given. Equal spaces should be given. If equal spaces will be given, indentation error will be not there. Else you will get the indentation error. Okay. So this is how you will get the indentation error when you will not follow the syntax properly. Okay, next. Function with parameters. Next is function with parameter. So how does we declare a function with parameter? Def greetings. We'll provide here the name, colon, write here the statement, which will be equals to hello plus str. Okay, for instance, here the name is nothing but it is an parameter or it is an argument which is passed. So I'll write here function with name. What is name here? Name is a parameter or argument, one of the same thing. Now I'll concatenate between these. Name will be passed by the user. I'll ensure that this will be typecasted to a string. I'll write here name, then plus again. So this is like concatenation between multiple strings. And I'll write here one more. Let's say good afternoon. I'll write here good afternoon, greetings. Okay. This is my statement. Now either you can add a return here. You can just write here a return type function like by using return keyword. Or else what you can do is you can just simply add for the time being a print function. You can just add a print function in this case. So for this, I'll just add return and I'll write here return statement. Okay. Now, if you are using a return statement, that means you have to call the function and you have to put this under the print function. Otherwise, it will not give you the output. Or else, put this statement under print function inside the function itself. So my first part is over. I'll do the second part, which is calling a function. So let's call the function by using greetings. Now greeting is taking one parameter here, one argument here. So I'll pass here the person's name. Let's say the person name is Abhijit. Okay. My expectation output will be hello Abhijit, good afternoon. What is the problem here? The spacing. The spacing is not correct. So what you can do? You can add the spaces. You can add the spaces here. So spacing part you have to take care if you are trying to concatenate between multiple strings. This is your greeting part and we have taken the greeting of Abhijit. While passing it, you have to ensure that you pass your value. Okay, this will take one parameter, otherwise it will give you the error saying argument not found, argument missing. I'll show you the error. If you will just call greetings without anything, without any parameter, it will give you the error. Sir, one positional argument is required called as name and name is not found. Remember, in the end, you will get the error in the Python. Last week also we discussed it, that in the end you will get the error. So in case anybody while working in any places you get the error, I will be looking for only this last part and that will be good enough for me to, most of the time, it will be good enough to tell and help you that what type of mistake you have done. Okay. Let me restart and wait a second. I'll restart once. What is there? Space is not generating in my case. You have to give the space here in between this. You have to add a space in between hello and good afternoon. Then only the spaces will be added. Name is already in a string, so we don't have to. You have to do it. Abhijit is not a variable, so you have to add. Either you have to add without str, or you have to add it like this. So either you don't do the typecasting because you can't pass Abhijit. Abhijit is not a variable which is storing your string type data. All right, next part. So hopefully I've all started with the functions. Now you're getting the functions here properly. Okay, next is doc type function. Let us discuss here adding doc, adding doc to function. Doc is your doc string. Doc stands for doc string. Doc string. So doc string could be added to describe what particularly this function is doing. Okay, suppose a new person is there and he is extremely new to the Python part. So what will require here? We require this particular data, def, greetings, name, all this data. Apart from this, I wanted to explain here that what exactly my greeting function is doing. So I'll put the 3 inverted commas or 3 double inverted commas. This function greets a person by its name. This function greets a person by its name. So we got here my greetings and I'll write the name, let's say any name here. For example, I'll go for Ashwin. All right. How to access the document which is written there? So use dot underscore underscore. This is 2 underscore here, and you need to write here doc. Better you put them in print function to get the output. This function greets a person by its name. Okay. You can also add multiple line values in this. That's your explanation. Doc string is basically the explanation of the function. It is like a comment to the function, but we access it with the help of underscore underscore. This is 2 underscores here. Everybody pay attention. Again, you will make mistake here. There are 2 underscores here in doc. If you see this long line, that means it is a special property of your greetings function which can be accessing your doc string by the help of underscore underscore doc and again underscore underscore 2 times. Now I'll add it. I'm just sending in the chat now, everybody. So this will be added as a comment, and this could be having explanation about every function. So let us say a function that we already know, and it's called as print function, right? We know this print function already. The available inbuilt function which is available to us. So print is a function which is available, and in this, if I'll add dot underscore underscore doc, this will be also giving us the details that what is the syntax, what exactly it prints, etc., etc. The details are available here about the print doc. Similarly, you can write here def. Def is a keyword. That's the reason. Keywords. So it will be only working for the function part. So when I was taking this greetings here, my function, sorry. Now suppose I take it with my function. I was taking this my function here, not def. This will not. Does not have anything, so it will return you none. So there are inbuilt functions which are there that will be particularly throwing you some document about it, which is kind of your, which also gets displayed when you access the help. So it's that same. Now we will discuss about the next part, which will be related to my if conditions and all. So first of all, you all finish the functions. Then we will discuss the next part, which will be our, this is my next part we'll be discussing. I'll wait for your responses in as in done in the chat, and then we will discuss the next part. Once it is done, you write done in the chat, then we'll do the next part. Dot underscore underscore doc returns you the doc string, which is particularly kind of a help statement, which is declared inside within this function. If you wanted to do it for your UDF, this is a UDF, right? This is a function which we have created. Whereas print function is a function which is available as an inbuilt. So in both the cases, we can have the doc string, we can access it with the help of dot underscore underscore doc and again underscore underscore. So this is basically the doc string of print function. This is doc string of print function. Okay, understood? So here are your details. You can read it. Okay. Now let us talk about some of our available inbuilt important details which include our. So I'll discuss about the functions and their more details, but before that we have to take some control statements, and that is what we'll be discussing before we go for the break. So let me explain the syntaxes, and then once we'll come back we will take the examples again. So control flow. In the control flow, there are three statements. We have got if, we have got elif, and we have got else. Okay, three-part control flow statement is there. If is exactly like your if part. Elif is there. Elif is particularly related to else if. We don't have else if in Python. We have rather elif in place of that. We got if, we have got elif, and we have got else. All these three values are there. Now we will take here some examples, some syntaxes to discuss about it further. So if a statement is one of the most well-known control flow statement types, it checks a condition, and if it returns you true, so I can write this statement, it checks a condition which if true, evaluates code in block that will be followed. Okay, so it will evaluate the code in block and it will print the statement according to the statement, and it will display, or it will execute the statements. So if it is a print statement, you will get an output. Otherwise, you will be getting we will be getting the value as it is. Just a syntax here. Let's take the syntax. If we take a if condition, and once we have got the if condition, we can simply do it with the help of if your condition. Now remember, this condition will return you true or false. This condition will return you true or false. Alright. If condition, if this is true, then only the next statement will be executed. Then only your next statement will be executed. Next. Or we can have a scenario of if. When you have got multiple conditions, then only you will write. Same thing here as well. Indentation. Indentation is important. If, let's say, statement 1. Now I wanted to write here else if. We don't have else if, we have got elif. Elif will take condition number 2. Elif will take condition number 2. Statement 2. And then we'll take here else. And then we take here statement number 3. These are all my 3 values. If condition, then elif condition, and else will be without conditions. Else will be without condition. Okay. So this is a syntax that you will follow. You can have a scenario of if and else. You can have a scenario of only if, and you can have a scenario of if, elif, and else. These are your 3 scenarios which are possible. Okay. We'll take the examples on this after the break. Stop sharing. If anybody has got any issues in this, you can post your questions. I'll answer it. And meanwhile, I'll be starting with the polling activity. Okay, polling is on. If anybody has got any questions, please ask. We can use multiple elif as well. Yes, nested if. We can have multiple elif. Condition of multiple elif as well. It's just like the way we use in our C++ thing. Else if, else if, else if, that type of thing. So nested if could be there. Nested if, multiple elif, and else. I'll start the timer clock after a minute. You can go for the break, everybody. If you are done with the polling activity, please go for your break. I'll start the timer clock in a minute. 20 minutes break starts now. Hello everybody. All right, let's get started. So before the break, we had discussed about the syntaxes of if condition. Let's take another part which will be for loop, and at the same time we'll also take the while loop. Let's discuss all these three syntaxes and then we'll take the further examples. So after if, we need to discuss one more thing which is called as your for loop. Next is for loop. Next is for loop. So how does we start with our for loop part? We start with that we need to iterate over the collection. So for loop is used to iterate over collection. Like there could be multiple values, like there could be list, or we can use tuple, etc. Or an iterator. Syntax for, you'll write here a variable here name. Syntax of for loop. Similarly, we'll take the syntax of while loop as well. Excuse me. Let's get started with for variable in. We'll take a sequence, or this could be a collection, colon, then you will write here loop body. So for each value, for each item in the sequence, we will check if we have reached to the end of the item list or not. Otherwise, the loop will keep on going back. All right. So this where will iterate through each and every element of the sequences. Let's take some let's take some syntax to understand it. Example. Let's say we have a number. So suppose we have got a number. Number will be containing value like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 elements are there. You will write here, let's say summation of all these elements. So what you will do, you will write for var variable in, you will take your number and then you will take here the values starting with sum equals to sum plus var, sum equals to sum plus var. So this will be particularly doing your print and you will get the sum. So that was your example, guys. This was your example code. This was your example code. Just to give you the idea behind how the for loop will work. So in this case, we are iterating the var. Var will be particularly iterating through all these elements one by one, and it will be particularly giving us the sum of all these numbers. The sum is the initialization of the variable, and we are simply adding up one element, then other element, then other element to our existing sum. So in the end, we will get sum of value. That is what the example is doing here. Next is while loop. Next one is your while loop syntax. Let us try to discuss that. After for loop, let's take the syntax in while loop. Next part is your while loop. Again, this will iterate through a block of statement. It will iterate through the block of statement here. So let us see what is a while loop. A while loop specifies a condition and a block of code that is to be executed. This is to be executed until condition evaluates to false or the loop part which is available to us is explicitly ended with a break statement. Break will be a keyword, and so this will keep on executing until your conditions becomes false here. Until your condition becomes false. Right here until your conditions evaluates to false or the loop is explicitly ended with a break. While we'll add here a condition, we'll write some expression here. Now this expression should be returning as true or false, and then again colon, and you will write here loop body. Again indentation will be maintained. You can see the indentation is again available here in both of these cases. Now let's take the example after we have discussed about these three and their syntaxes. Let's take the example about if, else if, for loop and while loop one by one. Back to the coding. Okay, so what are we discussing next is that we are particularly talking about our loops part. So let's take that. Excuse me. Give me a second. Let's get started with our control flow. In case of control flow, we will be taking up your if and else statement. So let's start with a number equals to 13. Now we'll write here if number is smaller than 15. So is it true or false? If this will be true, then only if this condition will return you a Boolean output as true, then only the next statement will be executed. Otherwise, it will not execute the statement which is under the indentation of if condition. So we'll write here a print statement and we can mention here number is less than 15. Number is less than 15. Let's add a print function where I'll write here outside if block. So this particular part, if it is printed, it means that we are outside the if condition. That means this particular condition does not hold true. So I'll change the numbers. Okay, so right now you can see this is your default output as well. This is your default output which is outside the if block. This will be your default print. In this code, obviously, because it is outside the if, so this will be again executed whether this particular condition is true or not. As I'll change the number to 17, only one particular part will be executed which indicates you are outside the if condition. So you can change these values and accordingly you will get the output. Remember the indentation part. If you are outside the if, that means if no statement is written and still colon is found, that means it will give you the indentation error. Expected an indented block. So you have to manage this space, which will be your block of statement, block of if conditions that will be followed in one line, in one sequence of line. So there will be multiple statements here. Now next part is, let's get rid of the error. Let us write here my next part, which is if, and we have got else, if, elif, and then we have got else. Let us start with age equals to 21. Now I'm going to add here with this some conditions. If person age is smaller than 18, if person age is smaller than 18, I'll say that this particular person is a teenager. This particular person is a teenager. Next, I'll write here next elif statement. Now let's add the next condition. Age is greater than equals to 18. In the first condition, it was smaller than 18. In the second one, I will consider it greater than 18 and. Now and is a keyword which will be basically used for adding here the two conditions. So it's like the condition number 1 and the second condition. If both will be true, then only the next statement will be executed, which I'll write in the inside this block. Inside this condition block, whatever I'll write. So here let's say age is smaller than equals to 30. So if a person is between 18 to 30, we'll say that the person is young. We'll say the person is young. Okay. So this particular part will be to execute the young or to get the output young. This and this, both the conditions should hold true. That means your age should be, the age value should fall under 18 to 30 bracket. Next elif condition, I'll write multiple elif. Next elif is for greater than equals to 31 and is smaller than equals to, let's say 57. This will be considered as middle aged. This will be considered as middle aged. Then we get here my else value and then we print here old. Print here old. Okay, we got here my young. Got here my young value. Now you can change the numbers and accordingly your values will change. Now this looks awkward that we are particularly changing the value manually. It's better that the program should ask us to enter the value and then we will get the outcome. All of you execute this till here, these two control flow statements, then I'll discuss the next part. And how we can ask the user to enter the value by using input function. Okay, so hopefully these two parts are executed, the previous two. And now I'll give the input function. So let's take an input function. Input function, you can write some statement like enter the age value. So user will provide the value here. That's what the input function does. It asks the user to provide the value. Now the problem is this input function returns is basically takes the value in terms of, it takes the value in string form. It takes the value in string form. So I'll take here str. Sorry, I need to typecast it as int. And here I'll take the value. Let's enter it. So this is what happens when you use input function. When you take input function, this will be particularly asking the user to provide the value, and we will provide here the value. Let's say person age is 45, and accordingly it will check which condition holds true. So first condition, no, it is false. The age is not smaller than 45. Similarly, the age does not falls between 18 and 30. Age falls between 31 and 57. So that's why this particular condition will be true, and that's why we'll be getting the output as middle aged. So it will scan all the conditions. Remember, input function needs to get typecasted if you are working with integers or you are working with numerical values. If you are working with numerical values, write typecast it to integer or float. Otherwise, if you are working on a string value, then you don't have to do any typecasting because input by default takes the data in terms of in string form as Okay, in terms of the default return type from this function is string. Now, if you wanted to add a statement, just to know that when you are outside the if condition, so you can write it like this. This is your default statement and it will be always executed like outside the if block. Outside the if block. Let me pass the entire details here. Okay, so added. Please execute all this, and if it is done, please write done in the chat. So that was all about your if conditions and how to use the if and else syntaxes. Quite simple. Now we'll take some while loop. Let's take some while loop after this. Input of enter the age basically is a function that asks the user to enter the data. But the point is this input function will take the data in terms of a string. So we are particularly typecasting the return type, which is str, into an int form. So default value is string, that is getting typecasted into integers because we are scanning, we are comparing with the integer terms. That's the meaning of int of input. Clear? Now are we completed here? Everybody respond done in the chat if you have finished. Everybody respond done in the chat. Now that we have finished all these details, let us discuss the next part, which will be while loop. While loop. This will iterate over a block of a statement and until your condition is true. Alright, so let's get started. My list equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a variable, I'll take it as sum equals to 0. Let us take the index position as 0 as well. In spite of iterating through the numbers or values this time, I will be iterating with the help of indexes. So I'll write here while index position is smaller than length of my list. So in spite of getting, we'll compare here the indexes, which will be starting from 0 to the length of the my list. Obviously, the total length will be how much? 9. Alright, let's do the summation. Sum is a variable here. Maybe I can take here sum underscore 1 or maybe summation or add. Let's do the add here. Add number. This will be better. So if we'll take here add number, I'll just add one by one all these elements. So let's iterate over my list and I'll write the index position with the help of index. Now as I'll pass here the index here, the numbers will be keep on adding up and it will save inside this add number. Now remember that in this case I have taken my list, which is my list variable, and here I am passing the index position. So basically it will look for number only, but we are particularly taking the help of the index to fetch the value one by one. If you are working on a loop, you have to write a statement of updating the index here. So this is the basically is the update statement. This is to update the index value by 1. Okay, we are done with our numbers. Let's do the print statement with using format method. We have not used it anywhere, I guess. Sum of array is curly bracket. Sum of array is curly bracket. Now this curly bracket will be replaced by the value. It will be replaced by the value. So wherever you will write this, it will be replaced by the value which is stored inside the add underscore number. So you'll get 45 in copied, I guess. Okay, everybody start copying the code. So this is your summation of all these numbers between 1 to 9. I think some questions were there. I'll go through it and I'll take some answers. I'll take your questions here one by one. Okay, let me discuss here about, I think there were two questions here. There was one question related to this input integer part. This integer part, I think I'll just show you with that. See, the error if you are getting when you pass any float value, say my value is 45, then there is no error. But as soon as you'll change it to 45.5, this will definitely give you the error because you are expecting an integer type of data here, and what you are providing here is a float. So what you have to do, replace this integer function with a float function. That's it. Typecasting, and this will not give you the error. The second question is why this outside of the if block is created is running. This is a default function which will be always running. If you don't understand this better, I'll write the statement in this terms that this particular part. So this is default. This is default statement which will be always executed. So to deal with a float value, you have to just typecast float function. And I think the second question I have already explained. These were the only two questions that we had. Okay, what is this curly bracket is doing basically? So sometimes we can print the statement by where we need to add the value as well. So here the value is coming up from add number. Now we can do it with the help of comma as well. But what if I want the value to be available at a specific position? Then their format is used. Like I wanted to take two numbers here, number 1 which will be equals to enter a value 1. Same thing, I'll just add here, instead of float I can write here integer. So enter the value 1. We'll write here enter the value 1. Now I'll repeat it. Number 2 num2, enter the value 2, enter the value 2. What I'll do here is I'll just do the summation here, sum, or maybe we can just write here add num equals to num1 plus num2. Let's do the print statement here. Print sum of, we'll write a curly bracket, and again curly bracket, is, and again curly bracket. So three values. In this case, it is three values here. In these type of situation, format is quite useful. Now I'll take all these values one by one according to the position. So first curly bracket will be having value num1, second curly bracket will have a value of num2, and the third value will be coming up from add underscore number. Add underscore number. Let us enter the value 34, 22, and your resultant is 56. Tarun, please pay attention. I believe that you have to check whether your particular code cell is code and it is not marked down. It will be marked down, then it will not get executed, and you'll get this type of output. If it is in code, then maybe your syntax mistake will be there. Something will be definitely wrong. Okay, hold on. Nobody will respond for the minute. Everybody, take the code. Next is for loop. Next part is for loop. Next part is my for loop. All right. So this use loop for basically specifying the iteration which allows code to execute. This will be particularly allowing your code to execute over a list or tuple, etc. Okay, just hold on, everybody. Next is your for loop. Let's get started. Nobody will respond in the chat. If it is done, it's okay. You have the link. You can see the screen and you can make the corrections if anything is not done. My list. I'll take the value here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Okay. The same thing that we did here with using while loop. Now the same thing I'll do it with the help of for loop. So I need add number variable 1 equals to initialize with a 0. Add number initialize with 0. Now I'll start with for element in my list colon, and I'll write here sum underscore 1 plus equals to element plus equals to element. I'll add here my print sum of list is, curly bracket will be replaced by dot format, and you will write here the variable. So my variable name is add underscore num1 There is someone here. Okay, sorry, it has to be add underscore add. So the total sum is 280. This element will be iterating over first position. It will go to 10, then it will go to the 20, then it will go to 30, and using in keyword, it will just checking whether the element is present or not. As it will reach to the last element, it will stop iterating, and then it will, by the end of that, whatever the value we have stored, the summation we have stored inside this variable, which is add underscore num1, that will be printed here. I'll repeat again. This element will be iterating over this particular list. So that's what the in is doing here. We are checking if this element is present in my list. So each and every element will be iterated over this index positions, different positions here, and it will take the value. The very good combination is with the range for the for loop. It works really well with the range function. So let's take that range function. Again, range function, usually you will see that it has got three things: start, stop, and step size. Step size. Okay, let's take that for element in range. For element in range, I'll write here first by default 1:20. What did I said when I discussed about the step size in our previous part, that the by default step size is 1. So if you don't provide a step size, still the step size is initialized with 1 value. That means it will be iterating it by I equals to I plus 1. Correct? If you will relate, here we will be having element initialized with 1, and an element will not touch the last element. That means element is smaller than 20. Let me write it for your convenience. What is the meaning of this? That it is particularly mean that for I initialize with 1, but in spite of I'll write element, my variable name. Element initialized with 1, element is smaller than 20. This is the meaning of I comma 20. And step will be always there, so it means that element plus plus, which means element equals to element plus 1. Now I'll print here element. I'll not do anything here, so I'll just simply print 1 to 19. You can see the last value is not considered here. The last value is not considered here. If I wanted to add the step here, I can add simple 2. If I write 2, you will get every another element. In spite of getting every element, you will be getting every another element. So this is with a step, and this is without a step. You can, if you wish, you can put them in two different cells and get the output. So first is without any step size. The second is with a step size. Start running them. Okay, let us start with our all the codes has been already shared. You can scroll up to check. There was the only two things that we discussed. I'll reshare it if you have missed out. First, second for loop, and third for loop. If it is completed, write down in the chat. We are just left with few more things and we are done. We will be done with this particular part. Takes a lot of time to discuss the Python. So if it is completed, write down in the chat. If it is completed, write down in the chat. Example. Simple examples. I'll start with simple example, quite a simple one. I'll start with write a program to calculate, program to find list of divisors for an input number. That is my example number 1. If you have finished till here, then we'll discuss about this example. That means we will be particularly trying to find the list of divisors, and the user will provide will provide a positive number, and we will iterate over the each and every element, and we'll get the outcome. If you are able to do till here, you can try this question. I'll give you 5 minutes for this. You can try this question. You will require here a for loop, and you will also require an if condition here. If anybody able to successfully complete it, while sending the response, make sure that you will change all participant send to option 2, only host and presenter. While sending the response, you will select host and presenter option. Don't share it in all participants. So send to option in the chat, you can change to host and presenter, which is by default right now it will be all participants. I'm giving you 5 minutes for this. Try this question. Quite a simple question it is. You have to iterate over the list of the elements, and you need to check if it is divisible, then it will be called as your divisor. Otherwise, if it is not divisible properly, then that will be not under your list of divisors. So in case you get finished, you can try them and you can send your responses. Okay, remember guys, I am expecting a list of divisors, so your response should be in list form. I'm expecting the output in terms of list. If anybody has completed, change your send to option from all participants to your host and presenter and give your responses. I'm just checking. If this question is completed, I'll wait for 2 more minutes. Okay, so few answers are there. Please remember that we are looking to get a list of numbers. You're getting here the list of numbers. List of divisors. We'll look for list of divisors here. 1 more minute. Send your answers, everybody. Okay, let me discuss. So I got, I think, few of you people have tried it. Okay, I think more than 10 responses I've got. But out of that, I can see that most of them are either using different methods, and yeah, looks like that we are using a range. Somebody has used a range. Somebody is particularly dividing it by two. I don't know why there is a need of dividing it by 2 when we are looking for a list of divisors for any input number. So the first mistake if you have done is that you have not asked for a number. So num will be equals to, there will be first an input number here. We can take input number, which will be equals to int of, again input function, and we'll ask the user to enter the number. This is the first step, and it must be a positive number. Okay, next is we will get the list of divisors. Now the question is that we are looking for list of divisors when it is written clearly, and I have mentioned as well, then I will not accept your answer if it is in terms of, if it is not available in terms of non-list. So every number which is available to us, its first divisor is, one divisor will be letter 1, number 1. So if I am creating a list of divisors, one is like, one will be by default. List of divisors, you can start with a list. This is your list here. Now we'll iterate through for, let's say, divisors in range, and I'll start with 1, 2. Okay, I need to check it with the help of the number. Now most of you will write like this: for I 1, 2 input number, and then you will particularly check if input number is divisible by not 2, but you have to divide it by what? This particular element. If this returns you 0, that means the remainder here is 0. What is the percentage denotes? Percentage is for used for remainder, and if a number is divisible by any particular value, then remainder will be returning you 0 here. Remainder will be returning you 0. And if the number is not divisible, then there will be some remainder, some kind of a remainder will be there. What we need to do here is we will take here list of divisors dot append function, and we will pass here the divisors. Okay, next is my else condition. Now else will be outside this. We'll write print, and we'll get here list of divisors. So once this for loop is over, once everything is over here, we need to print here our list of divisors which we can put them in else statement. Okay. So let's say my number is 45. These are the numbers which will be divisible: 1, 3, 5, 9, 15. Okay. One more point. There is no need to iterate this value for input number of times. That means we don't have to run this loop for value equals to 45. If any number will be divisible, if this 45 will be divisible by any number, that should be at least half of it. It should be half of this value. So in spite of iterating it through 45, we will basically iterate it only till its middle value. Only till its middle value. And ensure that this is typecasted to integer. So in case this returns you any float value, this will be typecasted to integer. Now I'll write 45. What difference this will make is that this will be particularly running only half of the, this will be iterating only till the half of the numerical numbers, and it will not reach till 45. That will take definitely a lot more time than iterating through its half value. So this is important. Don't iterate through all the values, but iterate it till it's half of its value, total value. Okay. You can try some other examples as well. I'll give you the list of code that you can try. But before that, I think we can end this particular lesson here, and maybe one more part, like continue, part, and break statement, continue and break statement that we can discuss, which will be used somehow. Continue and break. In the loop, it is used, so we can try them, that where it could be used. Just a second. Meanwhile, those who have not finished, you can run this example. Meanwhile, those who have not finished yet, you can run this example. Okay, control flow, and in the control flow statement, there is a requirement of continue statement and break statement at various spaces. So I'll take the example. Stop, and so what we can do in this case is that we can try to particularly start if I need to add that, I'll better try this one. There are different ways of doing it. If you want that 33 or 6 or something, so we'll do this one. You can add the number. In spite of initializing it as a blank list, you can initialize it with a number itself. Done. Forty-five is already added, so what is the problem here? You can initialize this value. But in our case, we will always iterate it only till the half value. So just to restrict our iterations, we don't iterate it till the last element. Whatever the number you will be providing, you will not do that. You will just stop before it reaches its half. As soon as it reaches the half, you will stop it there itself. Okay. Now let's do the continue and the break statement example. Let's take this part and if I am dividing, if I wanted to know the divisibility of 6, what are the numbers? Write the answers. I wanted to know the divisors. 1, 2, 3, and 6. Okay, forget about the 6. What is the last element that we have got? 3. Divide 6 by 3. What is the answer? 2. What we have taken here? We have iterated it till what was the 6 here? 6 is your input number. Can I append 6 later and then I can say that 6 I have appended here, and in spite of iterating through till 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in between 5, 4, 5 is not contributing to my numbers. So why to iterate unnecessary in the program? It will take more time to give you the result in microseconds. So what we do rather is we will particularly iterate it till this element, only till this element. That's why half. Half is what? 3. So that's what this will be returning us. And the question arises that why not 45? So 45 I will initialize it. This will save my time. That's the reason, that's the concept of half. And this is applicable to every number. 34. 34's last divisor will be 17. After that, the numbers which it will be iterating, my for loop will be iterating, they are waste of time. They are not contributing to my any divisor. They are not divisors. That's the reason why we do the half. Hopefully now you have understood why half. We were doing here my continue part, and we will be doing also my break. I think this got closed here. Continue and break statements. Okay, let's take some value here. Let's say stocks equals to, okay, Apple. Take here your particular codes here. We're looking for Amazon. For Amazon, it will be AMZN. Then Google, GOOGL. I'll add some numbers here. Some unwanted element, none. I'll add some more none here. Okay, next. Oracle. Microsoft. Okay, these are all my values. Now I wanted to iterate through. Now the point is that if none is found, then how should particular my loop should behave if none is found? For I in stocks, I'll write here for I in stocks, and then I'll write if I is a keyword, and I'm comparing if I is none. It's like I equals to none, similar to that. Is a keyword in Python. I'll write another keyword statement which is called as continue. Continue means If none is found, then the loop will still continue. I'll print here all my values, all my I value. So I'll get one by one. Okay, next. This is how the continue works. Continue is to basically continuous statement is used to particularly continue through these statements even if your unwanted elements are found. Okay, next is if this is present, I can write a break statement. This is a break statement. Break statement will stop if none is found. So the difference between continue and break is break will stop if the condition becomes true. So through the loop, it will first show you Apple, Amazon, and Google, their particular keywords, and as soon as the first none will be found, it will stop iterating for the further elements. So whatever the further values will be there, it will not display that particular element. Whereas continue will, if none is found, no problem, it will continue for the other values till the end of the loop. So end of the loop is at MSFT. So that's the difference between continue and the break. Break basically break the loop if your condition becomes true. That's more than enough. If it is finished, you can just tell me in the chat, and we will particularly end our lesson number 4 now after this. Speed up, everybody, and I is element here. I is pointing to each and every element of the list. Time to check the knowledge, and this will be the end of your lesson number 4. Okay. Question number, ready everybody? Others have finished it till here, hopefully. Right? This particular part is finished. Okay. So I think most of you have already responded as done. Let's check your knowledge. What is the data type of object equals to x equals to 3 multiply 7.5? A, B, C, D. Quite a simple answer. What will be the data type of this? Will be driven by 7.5 multiply 3. So it will be, this is a float value. So the expected output will be also a float. Quite a simple one. So variable x will be also a float type. Correct? Next. Which of the data structures can be modified? Select all if apply. Modified means mutable. Modified means they are mutable. So you have to look for which all are immutable, which all are mutable. So as we have discussed in the class just now, list, yes, definitely it is mutable. Dictionary is mutable, and set we have mutable. We have discussed it with the help of a add function, update function. All these we discussed. Dictionary also we have discussed with different methods. We have updated the list. We have updated the dictionary. So B, C, D. If you are giving the wrong answer, then you can go back and you can revise them again. Okay. Which what will be the output of the following code? 3 colon minus 1. 3 colon minus 1. In this, you have got minus 1 in the end. Start position is 3. Start position is 3. What is the index position of 3? Index position of 3 is London. That means NYC is rejected, Miami is rejected, Miami is rejected. Only one answer is correct, London. Just look for the index position and that will be enough. Even if you will not understand this minus 1, you will just see that at index position number 3 we have got London, and that is there is only one answer that is matching up with the London. Okay, which of the following data structure is preferred to contain a unique collection of values? Very simple. Unique collection of the values. Unique collection of the values. Just now we discussed there is only one data set which is particularly meant to handle the unique values, and that is called a set. That's it. Done. So you all are a Python expert now. I'll give you some questions in the end of the session, but at the same time we should start with our quite an important and interesting topic, and that is called as our NumPy. Let us start with our NumPy part, which is kind of an important package for our machine learning and data science libraries, with the help of which you can do some mathematical computation. Numerical Python, that's the name, NumPy. So when it comes to doing some mathematical computation with the Python, NumPy package is used. Okay, so we will discuss here about the NumPy. Okay, let us first compare. Now there is a reason why this is comparing with a list. I think it's better that I'll start with the coding part, and there I'll explain you why it is comparing with the list part, and then we will discuss why NumPy over the list. We need to get this answer, why NumPy over list. So let's get started with first. Let us declare our list part, our NumPy, and then we will discuss about why NumPy over list. We will answer this question. Okay, before that, let us try to understand the importance of this this package. Starting with NumPy is a foundational package for mathematical computation in Python. Starting with, it supports fast and efficient multi-dimensional array. So it works really good with ND arrays, n-dimensional array. The term is n-dimensional array. It looks like that this is the type of n-dimensional array. It is called as n-dimensional array. This is called as n-dimensional array, multi-dimensional array. Okay, and you can have one more, in fact. And there is one more at the starting and the end. This is the type of, when this type of arrangement will be found, we call it as ND array. And NumPy is really efficient and fast in that. We'll check this fast thing, where it says that fast, how fast it is. We will compare it. Okay, next. This is good for performing your linear algebraic operations. Okay, like for example, Fourier transforms, random number generation. Okay. If you wanted to perform some matrix multiplication, there also this is efficient. matrix product between two matrices. So this executes your element-wise computation and your mathematical calculations here. This is a tool for reading and writing the array-based data set to the disk. Okay, let us see. That was your just an introduction. Main story of the NumPy begins here. NumPy session, NumPy dash simply run. Let's get started. We need a package called as import NumPy. Import NumPy as NP. Start with a package, import NumPy as NP. Let's check this version of the package. np dot underscore underscore version underscore underscore. I think the screen is frozen. Okay, can you see it now? Import is a keyword is used for importing the packages. Import keyword is used to import package or library. This is again underscore underscore, two underscores are there which are used for checking the version of the NumPy. In my case right now the version is 1.19. In your case it could be different as well. Doesn't matter. The basic operations will remain same. The quick updates are always coming up because this being again an open source library. A NumPy will be particularly taking a data of an array type. We call it as NumPy array. And in this case, we will be discussing about different dimensionalities of these arrays. And then we will do some mathematical operations. So that's the goal. We'll declare first some NumPy array. Then we will take some inbuilt functions or methods, whatever is available, the properties which are available from the NumPy array. And then we will be comparing this NumPy array with our lists. All right, and how we will check how it is better. So that's the goal for next half an hour. Let's get started with my NumPy array. Remember, the NumPy array could be of multiple dimensionality or could be of one dimensionality. One dimensionality will be when you write A, let's say this is my array here, we can write ARR, array equals to np dot array function, and you can just pass your value 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your one rank. So we can say create a rank 1 NumPy array. Let's display the value. Let's display the value. Let's display the value. So it shows your output as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's your outcome here. Okay. How does we will understand that this is a NumPy array and not a list? Because it is also under the square bracket. So how to check whether it is, what is the data type of this? What is the function that displays the data type of the data of this particular variable named as ARR? How does I confirm that it is a NumPy n-dimensional array and not a list? Write the code. Type function. Excellent. I'll put this under print function because I like to get the output in terms of class. This is a class of this particular data type, of this particular variable, pardon. And the data type is ND array. ND means n-dimensional array. In this case, your dimensionality is 1. In this case, your dimensionality is 1. Okay, let's take here ARR dot D type. Now this provides us some methods what is available to us. So you'll just write dot and you can do some lot of functions here. So these are all the things which you can do with a NumPy array. Starting with view, transpose, so many things are there. Let's take some methods here. Dot D type. It returns you the data type as integer 32. 32 bit. This is your size. So size will be in bytes. Size will be in bytes of each element of NumPy array. 32 means it can take up to 2 to the power 32 minus 1. 2 to the power 31. That will be the maximum limit. I mean, this is not how it works. I'm telling you that it has to be 2 to the power 31. That is the meaning of this. Maximum limit in the positive side will be 2 to the power 31, and the negative side it will be 2 to the power. It will start in the negative part as well. The same thing, 2 to the power 31 minus in terms of negative. So that will be the range. Maximum we can have up to integer 64. That's your maximum limit. Integer 64, that is your maximum data type. If I need to change this while declaration of the NumPy array, I need to provide it explicitly. Okay, we'll talk about it, how we can change these as we'll proceed ahead. But before that, let's do some more methods. Let's talk about the item size. Let us talk about how many number of items are there present in our array. Item size. Item size is 4. This is your number of elements. Number of elements. Next is item size. Item size will provide you the value. Next, array dot shape. The shape is 7 comma. It means total number of values in this. Oh, wait a second. Item size will be your size, right? This will be returning you the size. Sorry. This is size of each element. Size of each element. That is, what is the size of this value? How much size it has taken? Size of each element. So it is in bytes. That means 4 bytes. This will be in bytes, which is 4 bytes here. The correction is there in the comment. Item size is returning you the size of each and every individual element. Shape. Shape returns you. Remember, shape will be always coming up in terms of tuple. So we can say shape returns a tuple listing length of or size of the array along with each dimension. So right now there is no dimension here. We are getting straight away the shape as 7 comma, which means it is just representing your total number of elements, the total length of the data. So 7 elements are present. That's why it is showing 7. As soon as we will change the shape to other, we will create array of array. then obviously the shape will change from 7 cross 0 to 7 cross 1, 7 cross 2. It will be interesting to find out that what is the dimensionality of this array. We can find out by the help of ndim. Ndim will return you again a tuple. Sorry, it will return you the dimensionality of the array. Ndim returns dimensionality of the array. Okay. The maximum allowed byte size was 32. Correct? That is your default size right now. Let's see how much size it has taken. We can write simple arr dot n bytes 28. That's your number of bytes used by the data. Return number of bytes used by the data portion of the ND array. Though in this case your n dimensionality is just 1. Yes, array shape returns you the shape which will be returning you the number of rows and the number of columns and the number of dimensionality. Rows, columns, number of dimensionality. Right now in this case we are having only elements. That's why the shape is 7. As we will increase the dimensionality, you will see the value will be returning you in terms of tuple, and you will able to see the shape. Number of rows, number of columns, these all will be available through the shape. That's correct, Shubham. Now the next part is that we will compare this particular value, and let's see that when we already had list, then what is the need of NumPy? We could have done all your operations there as well. Why NumPy array are better than list? There could be some examples which you can do it in both the cases. Okay, and that's where we can particularly do this part. Okay, before we do this part, we need to also do some. We need to learn about some of the NumPy functions. Like arrange function is there that we can try, and then we will come back to this part. So let's do some array operations here. Then we will discuss this comparison. Maybe this will be the last part of the day. So array operations, we can do array operations here, which is about a simple array math operations. So let's do the simple math operations here. First one is, let's say we'll create a and we'll write here np.array. This will be equals to function, and we'll take the value. So 1, 2. This is a list of elements that we are passing. Next is my b value, which will be equals to np.array, np.array, and we will compare it with 1, 2, 3. Same elements I'm repeating here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Now let's do the print here. Print a plus b. Okay, so it's element by element. 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, 3 plus 3. What about if I'll write here if I'll write 8, I'll get an error. Why we are getting this error? Because of the differences in the shape. What is going on here is that the operands could not broadcast together with the shape. This error is coming up because it says that the shape 8 and shape one particular array has a shape of 7, the other has got the shape of 8. Now we cannot do the element by element addition into this, and that's the reason why it is throwing the error. So remember that when you are doing some type of additions or subtraction, the dimensionality should be same. That's the point you have to take here. That the shape of this NumPy array should be same when you are doing the element by element addition here or subtraction. Element by element addition or subtraction. In this case, so you need to make sure that the shape should be always same. Otherwise, you'll get this type of error. And if you get the error, change the shape, and that's how you can handle your error. That's how you can handle the error. You can do other calculations like a multiplied by b, that will be also working. You can also do the a star star b, this will be particularly doing the square here. You can see the data type is 32. Next function is arrange function. Arrange function is used when you wanted to generate the data. When you wanted to return evenly spaced value within a given interval, that's where arrange function is used. Arrange function is return evenly spaced values within given interval. For example, I wanted to create an array from 0 to 10. That means total 11 elements I wanted to generate. What I will write here, I can write it in terms of np dot arrange ar arrange, and I'll write here 11. If I'll write 11, it will generate the array in terms of 0 to 10. Arrange function is done. Okay. This will have a start value, it has a stop value, and it has got the step value as well. We can take some step value as well. Three values which are available: start, stop, and step. So what we can do in this case is we can write here np.arrange, and we will have a start value. So 1 dot 16 dot, this is float, and I'll write the stop step as 2. So in spite of giving me every next element, I will be getting every another element, skipping one element in between. So 1, then 1 plus 2 will be 3, 3 plus 2 will be 5, 5 plus 2 will be 7, 13 plus 2 is 15. So that's the difference between your start, stop, and step. Dots are generating that it is a float. Dot means it is a float value. Okay, last part. Let's compare why NumPy arrays are better than list. When you are comparing, we will need to discuss here about basically on the basis of time taken to run a process. Now, as a beginner, you will not consider the time. You will consider only that our task should be get executed, like what we discussed in our division part. When I said that we need to stop at divided by 2, and we don't have to execute it later, the later part, where there I was just trying to particularly execute the program in lesser time than the next part. If you will just compare it like this, it won't give you the exact differences, that how much time the program actually took. But with the help of time function, time package, we can actually compare that how much time a program has taken. So I'll just write here. Okay, let us say my vector size, I'll just take a larger data set, and this should be executed only once. If you will do it twice, then obviously it will be executing it from the memory, and that will be not a good comparison. So I'll execute and I'll run it only once. First is Python version. What I wanted to do here is, I will just take here, I'll start the timer, t1 equals to time.time function. So this is your start time. This is indicating the start time. This is my start time. So I'll start the time, and then I'll do some x, and I wanted to do the element by element addition. Same thing that we learned through the np.arrange function, we will generate the data and we can do simple addition. So when you do the simple addition a plus b, this is particularly doing your element by element addition. The size of the data, the size of the element is a bit large here. And the reason is because we need to compare. Okay, so let's take here first range function to generate the data starting from 0 to this particular value. Okay, similarly y, which will be equals to range. We don't have a np.arrange function. Now we will do the element by element. We do the element addition. Element by element. Add. So z value will be equals to, we need to just specify the position, okay? So x of I plus y of I. So we need to, change the indexes. And this is a one-line for loop. We'll use here for I in range function, and we will take here length of x. Take here length of x. This is my list here. Now let's return. What we are expecting here is that time gives you the current time value, and I'll subtract it with the t1, which was your start time. This is your end time. Okay, so we have taken here any number, a large number we have taken. We will run it, and this particular function will return me the time duration taken to perform this operation of element by element. Now the same thing we will do it with the help of a function which will be a NumPy version. Def NumPy version, same size of the data. First, start time. Next is return will be also same. In between we will do the x and y thing, so you can just do it, you can just repeat it with the help of np.arrange. And in spite of writing a number, we'll pass it the vector size. So this will be stored as x, and the second will be your y. Same thing, y, which will be np.arrange. We need to do the z part, and we need to do the addition here. So z equals to x plus y. Okay. Both function is returning only time, and that is what we are comparing. T1 is equals to call the function Python version. So T1 is a variable which will store this value. Similarly, T2 is a variable which will store the return type from the NumPy version. Okay. Now we will simply take a function, print function is there. You can simply write here NumPy. In this example is, let us divide T1 divided by T2. Faster. Expectation is that the value will be a positive value, and we will execute it. Okay, so plus is missing. Execute it. 85 times faster. Shows you that 85.05077 times faster. Now don't execute it twice. If you will execute it twice, this value will be reduced. So you need to just compare it. Depending upon your CPU, you'll get different speeds, and accordingly you can show your values. Now if you wanted to compare, you can just write here print T1. So it will show you how much time it has taken by the T1 and how much time it has taken by the T2. So these are the time. This is the time by T1. This is the time by T2. So you can easily see why NumPy over list. That's the answer, and this is where we will end our today's session. I think many of you are asking about the PPTs. I will show you where you can find the PPTs part. Just wait for it. I will show you before we end today's session. So all of you run it. Now hopefully we have easily able to understand through this example that why NumPy arrays are faster. And you can see that the comparisons in the end. And that's why we need NumPy. When it comes to mathematical operations, we cannot perform these operations with the help of lists or dictionaries or tuples. We need some additional libraries to speed up our work. You can see the differences. Do not run this line twice. If you will run it, the time duration will be changed because of in-memory. Like these values will be available in your cache and that will make your things faster. So don't try to do it. Done? Code I have already shared in the chat. Execute it. And that's the end of your today's session. Thank you so much. Now only thank you everybody. If you have completed, then we are done for the day. We'll meet you tomorrow. And tomorrow session will be your thank you everybody. Bye bye. Take care. We'll meet you tomorrow now. Now those who wanted to see where these particular somebody is continuously was writing PPTs, where it is found. Go to your LMS. Inside the LMS you will find self-learning, and this is all about your